Party people in the place to be, live from 58 Dream Street. We're James with Games. Happy. It's going to come to me Thursday. Happy Thursday, folks. Here we are once again. Ooh, is the sun coming out there? I'm just going to deny myself that knowledge during the period of the day that I'm sitting here playing video games with the curtains drawn. Okay, so check it out. A little sleepy. And I don't know why. I got a good sleep last night, but I'm just groggy start to the day. Hopefully, that somehow has no implications for my ability to solve tricky line puzzles. I suppose we'll see. I can also tell, just sitting here, given that it was raining and the sun does seem like it's coming out, and just also from my ability to feel the ambient temperature and humidity in the room, that I should not be wearing a hoodie. 1 second. Okay. Got some bedhead going on, sort of. Well, messy hair. This is not what it looked like when I got out of bed, though. Okay. And then I'll put my glasses back on. Perfect. Okay. Now, we're ready to get going. Playing The Witness. This is the, I think this is going to go down in the end. We'll see if, like, my weekend gets disrupted. I'm not even sure if it matters if my weekend gets disrupted for this to be the streamiest week in 58 Dream Street history. Simply because I went way too long. Did like 5.5 hours of The Witness on Tuesday. I won't be doing that again today. But then Greg and I did the Greg and James Beat 'em Up Marathon yesterday, which also went about 5.5 hours. We didn't break the record for the longest Dream Street stream ever because I went nuts on blueprints one time last week. And Greg was not as committed to the cause as me. So when it came down to, if we do one more run of Absalom, we'll break the record. Greg prioritized seeing his wife for at least a few minutes today and having supper, lacking commitment to the cause. But nonetheless, now we're going to play some Witness today. There's not going to be there's not going to be Friday Night Frosthaven tomorrow. In fact, while I'm thinking of it, let me update the schedule to reflect that. Skip tomorrow's stream. And also, we're done Earthbound. So that's not what's happening Saturday. But something will happen Saturday. And yeah. Cool. So, depending on how long those weekend streams go, and as long as they happen, I think I'll have streamed more this 1 week than I ever did. I'll have to do some thinking. Because I'm interested to know if that statistic is true, but I'm not sure how I'd measure it historically. Having not kept records at the time. Okay. Let's play The Witness. I've pressed play. The game has launched. Doot, 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 doot. Capture's working just fine. The game is loading. The game has loaded. I'll briefly pause to look at something. I think the headphone level is good. Hopefully, we're all good to go. I should do a friggin' reset on this computer at some point. Okay, so I was at this, and I was a little stymied because, I don't know, what's the answer? Haven't been able to figure it out yet. It's a sequence of 4, get this, line drawing puzzles. And so they all involve finding what part of these trees will line up with and obscure just enough of the puzzle. Well, that's how it starts. So for this one, it was get those leaves in there, go around the leaves. For this one, I believe it was the same principle. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it was. Oh, wait, but it was these. No, was it these that somehow showed me the way? Yeah, it was something like this. And then drawing around it. Then, for the third one, also solved, we went a different direction. Had to actually line the branches up with the grid, or yeah, the branches. They're in silhouette, but they're still physical things. Had to line the branches up to see what line to draw. Then, this one is tricky because this is the remaining set of branches, but they don't get the job done. They align with the grid in ways that start from the starting point and eventually go out the ending point, but they do not connect. Uh-oh. So I'd messed around with this a little bit at the end yesterday. Really more than I should have. And didn't figure it out. Is there anything to this? I don't think so. So I've got to look at it some more, obviously. But yeah, we have this starting point. Now I might have set myself up poorly here for my notes camera. Or for just the concept of taking notes. Because I forgot that for Greg and James beat 'em up, adjust the position of the laptop. And therefore I might be too far from the arm here. Let's see. Oh, my notes camera doesn't even come on. Because I plugged it in after launching the stream. There we go. I think I'll be okay to reach over and take notes there. This is frustrating. I've only just sat down. I need to use the washroom. So I'm going to take a brief intermission right at the start here, folks. I'll be right back with you. Hang tight. Okay. Now we're in business. Let me get my notes book. Absolutely mangled on the front by my dear departed Abra. If Abra found a book on the floor, she was always very happy to just slash its cover apart. Okay, so you can see I should have made a dotted line for the outline of the grid, but otherwise I've drawn what we can get out of this. And let me actually just do this for myself. think this is correct. Whoops. Get the game back. Yeah, something along those lines. Perhaps erase that just to be 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know the pencil. My goodness. At least I know where the pencils are. Ah! Now my chair won't move properly. But Danielle's father, who his business is office supplies. Whoops. Here. And here. This pencil is drawing really faintly. Barely even looks like I made a line. I'm going to get a better pencil. I need to find that pencil sharpener, which I think I've confirmed left this room for some reason. Maybe I just need to buy a new one. Okay. Whatever good that might do, it's done now. So, I mean, this is nothing, right? In the sense that on its own, this is clearly not a solution. I can't even, like, it can't just be, oh, they didn't fill the whole thing in and you're supposed to infer the rest, because there's nothing to be inferred from this. There's too many different possible routes at the start there, right? So let's just confirm that. Okay. Over, over. Down, down. Over, up, over. And then down around the outside, but then up and over like that is not the line. Because if it was going to turn out to just be infer the in-between parts here, you'd really think it would be that one. So then, what else could it be? Like, it could involve getting more, recruiting more. Right? But how? Like, I don't see a way to line up properly on all of these to make them, you know, form a shape. Like, I can't look and get more branches involved in my view. I don't think. Because if I was out here, no. There's no little extra tree, and I don't think I'd even be able to see to there. So, is this even part of it, or is this a red herring? I don't know. Is there a way that we could reimagine the shape that would cause it to connect? Let's see. Like, if I took this and bent it down so that it went down, right, down. I guess it would eventually connect to this, but I can't. It does not seem likely to me that it's that. It's not impossible, but why? Why would that be the solution? What other visual cues could I be missing here? How much time do I want to spend laboring on this one leaf puzzle? It's frustrating because it's so obviously the culmination of this set of 4. So, like, something happens once I do this. I don't see any spot where it looks like there was a break that I could fill in with my mind. And I don't see any way to make the original thing line up to create a line. Well, hold on. If I went back to this, is there any part of it? No. Even if I line this up and then think back to the other one, it's not going to connect, or is it? Okay. Looking at the different places where it leaves off, I do not think this is anything. No. No, I don't feel like that's anything. Is there some sort of change in which shutters are open that could somehow do something for me? I also never figured out what good it does me to have these shutters open, if any. Oh, is there a cable running out there? Okay, let's try switching the shutters and see if that somehow changes anything. I'll go with the opposite shutters entirely first. So the way you decide which shutter will be open is you draw a line here that leaves the side you want. I don't see why this is should help. And indeed, does not seem to have helped. And I likewise don't see any reason to believe that the other ones would help either. Perhaps I put a pin in this for now so that we can hopefully find something I can solve, get a sense of movement and discovery going. And hopefully a witness fan shows up at some point and I can solicit a gentle hint. Or maybe I just go back to it with fresh eyes, although technically that's what I just did, having not played it in a bit. Ooh, so this is a cool place. I don't know if there's a line puzzle to be done, but we have this guy saluting the sun. I mean, he's not doing a sun salutation. He actually might just be desperately trying to get his wine. The sun is not a circle that we can start drawing from. Out of curiosity, I'm not going to load anything. 258 solved. Okay. So there's something like 650 or something puzzles in this game. So I'm not approaching it yet. Oh, fortunately though, we have an audio log.
O Lord God, helper of those who seek you, I see you in the garden of paradise, and I do not know what I see, because I see nothing visible. I know this alone, that I know that I do not know what I see, and that I can never know. I do not know how to name you, because I do not know what you are. Should anyone tell me that you are named by this or that name, by the fact that one gives a name, I know that it is not your name. For the wall beyond which I see you is the limit of every mode of signification by names. Should anyone express any concept by which you could be conceived, I know that this concept is not a concept of you. For every concept finds its boundary at the wall of paradise. Should anyone express any likeness and say that you ought to be conceived according to it, I know in the same way that this is not a likeness of you. So too, if anyone, wishing to furnish the means by which you might be understood, should set forth an understanding of you, one is still far removed from you. For the highest wall separates you from all these, and secludes you from everything that can be said or thought, because you are absolute from all the things that can fall within any concept. Nicholas of Cusa, 1453.
Yeah, that's God for you. Okay. I'm just looking, thinking. Trying to develop a sense of where I should go. Okay. So, like, this is our starting area. Here's our shadow shaded wood, our hex place. A lot of this is done. I'm resisting going to the jungle for Adoran's sake. Adoran Lamb, favorite set of puzzles. So we have an audience pleasing policy here, 58 Dream Street, because the audience is not large. Any expressed preference from any audience member, I will attempt to fulfill. This is also where we are right now, because the jungle's right there. You know what? Okay. Up the mountain is obviously for later. I could run back to the wetlands and see if I've had a revelation of any kind. Been having trouble getting going in the wetlands. I've been told that the shape puzzles there are some of the trickier ones in the game. Is there a through line through the greenhouse, which I finished? One of the best sequences I thought in the game so far. I think I have to go up over the mountain to proceed. And, you know, at a certain point, if I've just done nothing today, I'll bite the bullet and say, sorry, Doran, you'll have to watch me do the rest of the jungle on video on demand. The jungle has been a lot of fun for me because I have a decent ear for music. Not great, but certainly good enough that when there are three tones. Well, I got bad news for you, buddy. Except I don't even know how to do it. Do. Oh no, that's horrible. What's happened here? Oh, okay. I don't know. Whatever. The AI bot can stay. I mean, I'm sure it's already gone. I got spoiled. I don't even have that many mods here, but I have just enough. There's almost always a mod to type the ban message for me or do it. I know there's a way to do it without typing. I just don't know what it is. I mean, here's the wetlands. Here's a little promontory. I think that's the correct geographical term for this. And a magic thing. Nice. $2.59. I assume those count. I don't think I can do anything approaching the wetlands this way, but let's try. No. The wetlands have the feel of a poison swamp area. And indeed, they do seem to be A few other people have told me. It's the those are the tricky ones. Wait, was there a cave that I've not gone in? No. No, that's not what that is. Okay, whatever. Approach the wetlands. And let's see. Have I had a revelation? Because already I can do this, but I can only get it to light in one direction. And I'm not sure how else. Wait, could it be? No. I don't believe it could. Wait, perhaps it could? Could it be doing something like this? Because if we cordon them together, they count. Yep, okay. Okay, good. We're making progress. So what I understand of these rules so far, which is not really all that much, like, I understand the very basics, which is obviously these things are telling us an orientation and number of squares that must be cordoned around the icon for the line to be proper. Or if more than one symbol is in the same thing. And I should remember that because there have been some versions of this, some variations on this that I've seen in other areas where I've felt like it's just impossible. But I think that I might just be forgetting this deal where they're not, see, this horizontal 3 and this vertical 3 are not sharing any squares. So there's 6 total squares in this coordinate area, but it works. And then it was which side I group the middle one to decides which light goes up and where we go. Okay, maybe we can learn more in the wetlands. Or maybe that didn't even get me anywhere new. I'm not sure. Because up there, I believe I've been there. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering. I am misremembering. There's another little tutorial place. Good. Okay. This feels... Ah. Okay, wait. We have to go around like this, I think. And up here. No. We have to go, I think. And then out here and around there. Okay, but this time, if this works, then they are sharing squares. And they cannot. But it also didn't work for this guy. Is that because these guys were stealing his squares? Something's afoot here. How would I make 3 tall ones here while also having 4 across here if they're not sharing any squares? Is there some sort of extension gimmick? Hold on. No. Okay. Why don't I just verify? Yeah, that works for him. This will work for him. I'm assuming these are all men for some reason. So if we add more squares, does it become possible? It's tough to say. Actually, I can test it for 1. This is not a line that will work. No, it doesn't work. Oh, obviously it doesn't work. Okay. The really tricky part here is just the obligation to infer more rules. Because, like, if there's enough squares to recruit, would a shape like this count? Because it's 4 across for the 4, and the 3s don't steal the one from the 4, but they can use the one on the other side? Maybe. But how would I draw this in a way that could then exit? And that does nothing. Okay. Well, no, because this could never exit. Once again. Oh, you tricky squares. The big problem, I mean, obviously, the problem is I haven't learned the rules yet. And I need to. Okay. What if I were to... It seems like it must be a rule that they need to be in the thing, but what if they don't? Okay. It would be nice if I could figure out how to draw a line just to test if these things can, like, hop each other or whatever I'm imagining happening. I'm going to disengage from this for a moment and notice another tutorial screen over here that is maybe a little bit more my speed. This one, at least, only requires me to understand a single principle, I think. Over like that. Over like this and up. Over. All the way down. No, that far down. Because this is a 5x5 grid. That should work. Because it's easy. Okay. Well, is it easy? I can see how this one's going to get tricky. Hmm. Something like this? No. But... Fortunately, at least, I believe really just the challenge I'm dealing with here is how to draw the line, as opposed to not, oh, right, but they can share space, as I've learned. So doesn't this get it done? No, but close. If I went like this, no, because then I'm breaking that shape. Okay. Once I remember that they can share space, it does get a little bit easier. Oh, wait, no, because that's totally backwards. Okay. Yeah, because the shape on this side should be like this. Yes. So then it's just how do I coordinate these? And perhaps the solution is to come this way? No. Well, what if I immediately turn my mind to drawing this line? Okay. Feel like I need this line, but I don't, because they do not need to be fully separated. So in theory, I can do something. But what? What am I thinking I can do in theory? Let me try to picture this by literally drawing what I'm envisioning working on a 4x4 grid. Not worrying about how to draw the line without violating our basic snake rules, where the line can't cross itself and where it is to start and where it is to finish, but just literally the shape. If the line comes down here, over here, and up here, and over here, those are the only parts that need to be cut off, right? So is that actually fairly easy to do now that I've simplified it? Or is it still hard? Might still be hard. Because how do I... This is the one that opens the gate, too. Wait, no. Obviously, that wasn't going to work. Okay. Back away for a moment. And look, are there other opportunities to learn? Have I had a revelation? I have not. Obviously, this is telling me something. Wait. That disruption doesn't matter. Yeah. This break doesn't stop this from working. Good to know. Not sure what I'm thinking to do here. That worked for nobody. Okay. Not too many more tries on this right now. But not too few either. I think I've drawn this exact line I'm about to draw. And discovered it didn't fix anything because they can't... Okay, they can't share squares even if they share space. So I'm still wanting to find out if I can make a shape like... Of course, I could get to work on it right now. No, I couldn't with that. Okay. What about... Well, no. Of course not. Is there a way to go... No. Alright. Well, I don't know here yet either. Although I might now know more to mess with the other elevator things from other directions. Or I might not. It's hard to say. Took a couple of steps forward. Okay. The fact that it started on a 5-line grid is surely advice in some way. But how? Because I can't go out like that. Out like that. Oot. And that's not going to do it. Wait a minute. No. Can't go to the right until it's time to exit. I don't think. That's obviously not going to do the trick. Well, obviously, because it's not even doing the right shape. Two out of three, which is not good enough in this particular game. Really frustrating when I can see a way to do it, but I lack the spatial reasoning skills. Because there it is. There's 2 out of 3 once again. Okay. And here, this one I really want to crack because there's obviously a new rule concealed within it. And it really does feel like it's sort of about doing this shape. But I don't see how to do that shape and exit the field. So what does it mean? I don't know. Don't know. Okay. Standing here does nothing. Okay. Retreat for a moment. There's nothing to do this way yet. At least until I activate whatever needs to be activated here. And there's nothing to do this way yet. Does my newfound knowledge of how this one device works help me do another device in this area of a similar type? If it does, I think I have to access it via the boat. Ha! Well. Oh, it's getting longer. Is it just when it gets to this position? Yep. Sweet. Okay. Thank you for now, Wetlands. You revealed a couple more of your secrets to me. If I go up into the tree houses, have I gained enough knowledge for that one gangplank I can't get undone? Because I believe that that gangplank involves the Tetronymos. I know they're not Tetronymos. I understand what a Tetronymo is, that it needs to have 4 things. Is there a click? No. I mean, maybe. But if there is, I don't quite see it. Okay. Come in here. Cross here, and then I think it's... Yeah. Here it is. Okay. This shouldn't be too difficult, right? I need to cordon off this 2. But I think I'll actually start by doing this 3. No. Or maybe. Oh, the tricky thing here is the 2 purples need to be together. But how do you do that? Is directionality a red herring? No. But there is a red herring involved here. Okay. Can it just be in the same row? No. Does not fulfill the condition for this guy. Wait, but they can share the space, but it doesn't matter. How can this guy be with this guy if this guy needs to be cordoned off? Something's happening. Excuse me a moment. Damn it. I have my green tea sitting here on my mug warmer and I didn't turn it on. Okay. I guess one possibility that I can hope for against all hope. But how to draw the line? A possibility I can hope for here, even if it seems unlikely, is that the other pieces, yeah, no. Having this guy here still breaks this shape. But can I at least confirm that I can have these 2 guys and they'll work? Yes, but then these 2 aren't paired up. It doesn't seem like it should ever be possible to fulfill all the conditions here. Which just means that I'm missing a rule. Arrgh. Okay. Earnestly hoping that somebody smarter than me shows up. Well, somebody smarter than me who hasn't played the game, or somebody of any level of relative intelligence to me that has played the game, as long as they're willing to not just tell me the answer, but give me a gentle nudge. Okay. Well, what then? There's hundreds of line puzzles waiting for me somewhere on this island. But it seems like a lot of them might be... Like, we might go pretty deep into this island once we've done the light beacons on the top. There's this wacky village that asks you to all the things in the center so far, the castle and the village, both seem to be asking you to sort of demonstrate knowledge of all of the mechanics you've encountered thus far. And where I left off for this one was this guy, because there's one that I've done here via draw a line from a node. You can see there's 3 exit points. There's one draw a line from a node here. And there's one if you go up atop the building, the reflecting sunlight reveals a line to you. Behold. And then it's just not super obvious to me what the remaining one might be. It could be a, you know, leaves are the block, at least in the temple. Leaves are the block, whereas branches are sometimes telling you exactly what line to draw. But I don't see branches here telling me what line to draw. The underlying theory... can't even start drawing from this far away. My underlying assumption... Wait. There's a thing. I don't think I could look through that and align it with the grid, but what if I could? There's some like foliage or vinery or what have you. Okay, hold on. Can I go around to that side of the building at all? Great if I could. Huh? Like, there's a scaffold out there. And also, there's a line puzzle that I don't think I've approached yet. But can I even approach it? I would have to get down... here somehow. Is there just an entrance from the shore? Yes. Okay. And this... also mocks me with my lack of understanding of the rules. Because it just does not seem possible to do all the things it wants you to do. And it's also not one that's giving you feedback with the blinking. But I'm thinking the problem is that I'm not fulfilling these conditions. But again, until I understand the rule of how they can share or not share when there's just obviously no space for them, I don't know how to draw, because can't include both of those. It's yet again another indication. What if they can stack? They can't. I'll just have to keep pushing. Okay. Meanwhile, do I see any route to standing on that scaffold and looking at how those vines may or may not line up on the thing? I don't. Okay. Well, it's not that kind of circle. I'm running around like a chicken with my head cut off. I've done everything easy, basically. Except, I guess maybe I just need to bite the bullet and say, go to the jungle. Get a sense of movement and discovery from your ability to distinguish simple tones. Or maybe there's actually something coming there to trip me up too. I feel like probably not. Because, like, Adoran was saying, Hey, you're doing really well at these. Like, for a lot of people, these are really hard. Which makes sense. You haven't developed an ear for music for whatever reason. It would be hard to do. On the fly. So it seems unlikely that, as you get deeper in the jungle, it's like, surprise. Now we're throwing non-diatonic scales at you or something. It still wouldn't change what's higher and lower, though. Okay. Well. Going to return to the jungle. I guess along the way, I'll look around a bit more, see if I see any things to do from the ground. This is not a long trip. Honestly, it might have been faster to walk. But I think I need to approach the jungle from the entrance point again because I got blocked behind a different thing. Definitely been at this about an hour now. That's my worst rate of puzzle solving, but you should expect it to slow down as you go. But it's largely, I think at this point, a matter of I just need to dig in and perceive the mechanics of the tile shapes, not Tetronymos. And it, like, have I investigated, like, do I know what this is? Have I done those? Oh, yes. That's the greenhouse, isn't it? Doesn't look like it from the outside. Okay. Well, into the jungle. I'm also determined not to go really, really long today. Which will be easier, I think, if I'm just striking out. And yet, I don't want to just strike out and then end early. So, let's keep hope alive. Can I find the next thing to do in the jungle? I think so. It's wherever I had raised up the thing that seems like a contra. Oh, great question, Naknut, and welcome. A bunch. Hold on. Well, at least two, but way more than two. Probably easier if I run back to the boat. I might be able to reconstruct. Yeah. That looks like 4. But is it more than 4? Hold on. The ones I know that I've activated. Here's one that I know that I activated. I know I did the greenhouse. I know I did this one, I think. I think. I've never done the like end run around here to see what, like, why can you do that? Maybe I should. So I think it's 4. Maybe 5? Maybe there's a 5th one coming from the other side there. It's coming along. And the one that... I have started on the fortress, if I'm thinking of the right thing. The one where you're drawing the lines by, like, walking on the tiles as opposed to actually drawing the lines. I haven't done all the puzzles there, but I have activated a beam from there. So I definitely did a beam there. This is a thing I probably could have been taking notes for myself on, since, whoops, jungle. Since the, what am I trying to say? Since the map doesn't, it's not an interactive map with like lights coming on for the areas you've cleared. But yeah, I definitely activated. It felt like it was halfway through almost the one I activated there. Okay. This is just a matter, I just have to run around until I find something to do, which I've done. Okay. Oh. High, low. High, low. And I can get the idea here. Except... Okay. So the... Gotta be this. Whoops. High, low. Right? Again, bird. Mid. Oh, right. And I can see how many there are. Mid, mid, high, mid, low. Let's see. Yep. I'm sorry, what? That was too many notes. Oh, it's 2 birds. Just gotta wait and hopefully they don't overlap so much. Da 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 da. High, low, high, mid, or it's high, high, or is it high, mid, high, low? There. Okay. 2 lows, a mid, 2 highs. Bum, 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 bum. Wait. Bum, 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 bum. Fuck. They're overlapping a lot. Bum, 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 bum. Hold on. High, high, low, mid, low. Birds, come on. If only I had the slingshot. Wait, but I can make high, high, low, mid, low. And that was the tone I was hearing. Great. Okay. 2 lows, 2 highs again. And a mid. Dun, 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 dun. Hold on. I don't know this is what I heard. No, it's not. Low, high. Hold on. I think one bird. Yeah. The other ones with overlapping birds before this were very clearly different birds. These are two of the same bird, I think. Bum, 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 bum. Fuck's sake. Bum, bum. Hold on. Fuck. Bum, 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 bum. Wait. Deet doo, deet doo, deet. These fucking birds. Fuck. This one is tricky. Bum, 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 bum. Is one of them only doing 4 notes? Deet, doo, deet, doo, doo. No, I didn't even think it was that. So why did I do it when I knew I would be punished? Okay. Bum, 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 bum. High, low, mid? Is that even possible to draw? No, it's not. Ba, bap, ba, bap. Wait, okay. Both at the same time, not helpful. Just a little separation. Okay. Great. These are fun, even when the birds get annoying. I mean, some of the most lovable birds, like corvids. Corvids are famously... Ah. It's because at that point I felt I was still just guessing. Okay, wait. Where... This is good. This is basically like... For me, this is my remaining low-hanging fruit. Oh, it goes up. Great. So it is into the bamboo forest now, I think. Or did it just come all the way over? Indeed, I think it did. And then it goes back that way. This might be me tracing in the wrong direction, but there were unlit things back here, so maybe. It's also just a really little pleasant little jungle environment. Okay, now. Don't bring your cell phone to the jungle. And if you do, turn the ringer off. Put that on vibrate. So is it into the bamboo forest? It was... Silence. Silence, birds. I've learned your songs. Or is... Well, whatever. I'll go up into the bamboo forest and maybe I'll find something to draw. Hold on, I think I'm being summoned. Hang tight, gang. Brief intermission. I'll be right back with you. And we're back. After a brief interruption. So, when I added these bonus summer streams during my vacation to the Tuesday and Thursday schedule, I'm only just now realizing that I really ought to have... Haha. Oh, sweet. We're just done. Fascinating. Oh. But we also have more stuff to deal with. But I like to watch these. Make sure they... I wouldn't put it past the game. Because it's already had one that, like, went out off the island and I had to reflect it to get it to converge on the point. So you could imagine one of them, like, malfunctions. And then the last little bit of the area is figuring out how to fix it. I don't know that'll ever happen. But once the possibilities occur to you. So yeah, Tuesday and Thursday are also Danielle's work from home days. And it's only occurring to me just now that I could prevent these noon-ish, at least in my time zone, intermissions if we just discussed what our lunch plans before I started. Looks like that one's going in the right direction. Oh wait, I've done this. That's basically nothing. Okay. Another area complete. My thought there was very much, I think I'm at an advantage with having a decent ear for music, because I think designing puzzles like that, you would absolutely be trying to design them such that people who have not developed their ear for music can work on it and, like, have hope. Okay. I wish you were obviously telling me something, lady. All right. Well, I think I'm back to having Yeah, I can see why you do that. Especially like if you have some meditative puzzle solving music to listen to. But then, yeah. Then you're stuck. So yeah, I had a feeling like there's not going to be anything coming here. I got this shadow one today. Yeah, no, that's fair. Because it's one of those things. There's just. If you hadn't yet realized, if it hadn't occurred to you that there would be auditory puzzles and you're playing with the sound off. Just, yeah. Everything else in the game has been visual cues if you haven't been to the jungle yet. Okay. So this is the. Yeah, I've done pretty. I've found a fair number of the little ones that light up the totems. Had I thought about it more in advance, maybe I would have been making notes to myself about how many I'd found. So that later, if I'm trying to be completionist, I'm like looking at a list. That's how I wound up never. Ooh. First, hello to Minkyo. I believe the first one that I found was in the desert. Because the desert was the first like real area I cleared. And I think at the same time, a viewer nudged me just enough that I figured it out. Okay. So these ones have just been torturing me. Like, yes, good point. If I have to, like, if I am eventually trying to all out complete the game, that is my path to doing so. Yeah. I remember long ago on the GameCube, my partner and my girlfriend at the time and I were really into Super Mario Sunshine and GameCube games generally. But like when we were playing Super Mario Sunshine, we got to the point where we're like, wow, we're getting close to having all the shines and stuff. And then we looked into it, like to 100% the game. And we're like, but what about the blue coins? And we found a blue coin guide, but it's just a list of all the locations, which is good. But there's so many blue coins. And also, there's nothing in the game to tell you which ones you've obtained. It's just a quality of life thing. Okay. So yeah, once the rules, like there are things that I clearly don't understand about these rules. Because I have learned that the things can be in the same cordon. Not that I can draw one here, but like if I could draw that shape, these 2 3s would be fulfilled. What I have not been able to figure out is anything else, because there are clearly some more rules going on. And like here, this looks to me like it's right, or at least it did at first, because I've got the 4 and I've got 2 3s, but they're sharing squares, and that doesn't work. They're obviously taking the squares from each other. So then my thought goes to, well, do we actually need to make a shape that's like this, but also cutting it off appropriately down there? And if I do, how would I ever do that? I don't know. My general policy, so I've obviously got 2 witness fans at least in the chat right now, is to request that nobody just tell me the answers or pilot me. But in the interest of keeping things moving, I do occasionally just break down and say, someone give me a nudge. And I'm trying to resist the urge to ask for a nudge here simply because This shape looks like it fulfills the rules to me. But what it doesn't do is you know, exit the... It doesn't fulfill the you must draw a complete line that exits the grid rule. So, like, I'm a little resistant to pleading for help on these ones because it feels like figuring out these particular rules, obviously I knew that wasn't going to work, is like fundamental at this point. Like, in a whole bunch of other places where I'm, like, I've made it very far in the treehouse, but I'm stuck because I'm at the one that hybridizes with this and I don't understand the underlying rule. In the little ruined village, I found one today that combines these with the segregate the white and black tiles. And it is obvious to me that I'm missing a rule because, to my understanding of the rules, it's not possible. So, at a certain point, you know, how much time am I into spending on the same friggin' puzzles? Just staring at them before I go, hey, folks, what the hell am I doing here? I'm going to resist it a little bit longer. Actually, here's a nudge that I would appreciate if anyone in the audience is aware and also tuned in at this exact moment to what I'm saying. And that nudge is... I can show you better. So, like, if I could somehow make that, just cut out these parts, it would conform to my understanding of the rules so far. The previous puzzles. Okay. And you know what? That should be obvious to me. Go back and stare at the things you've already solved. So let me try that and see if anything happens for me. Back to the tutorials. To the first set of tutorials. Thank you. So basically, it's not... I'm not struggling at this stage with that one, at least. I'm not struggling with drawing the line. Okay. Yep. I am pretty sure that every puzzle involving these, except the ones that are diagonal, because that's clearly another rule. I feel like every single one that I've seen that I'm stuck on is all something I haven't put together yet. So maybe I'm closing in on it, or maybe I'm just going to really frustrate the two of you today as you watch me flail. Or alternately, maybe it'll just be satisfying. Just reassuring you that you're smarter than at least one random guy. Okay, to start with, coordinating the shape, coordinating the shape, coordinating the shape, coordinating the shape. Which led us to... Yeah. Makes sense. I'm generally like, you know, I'm pretty good at solving puzzles. I don't beg for hints from the audience that often. Okay, here. Cordon off. Shapes can share a cordon. 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 Shapes... Okay. Shapes can share a cordon and be displaced. Right, okay. The orientation matters, and then being in the cordon matters, but then the shapes can combine in different ways? Hold on. That is probably what I should do. I mean, you would know better than me if I think that I've just seen something that I haven't. But I gotta know. I gotta know firsthand. Yeah, this was a choice. This was a design choice. To be like, okay, take it, you know, relax your shoulders, unclench your jaw, stand up and stretch a little. Yeah, if I don't, then I'm definitely going to go back and mess with the tutorials more. I had totally forgotten the last couple of those, which I think told me something. But then the additional challenge is that I'm not real good at shape drawing to begin with. Okay. So if I were trying to make, okay, bring up my notes camera for a second. I'm trying to make a shape that contains, so it could be like this. I mean, no, it's not going to be that. But okay. You know what? I don't think I'm going to draw my way to this. Really? The part of the treehouse that the one part of the treehouse that is killing me is the one that's asking me to hybridize with these rules. This has been the hardest thing for me, I think. I mean, obviously, at this stage. It's not what I think. Okay. So what if the 4 are on the bottom? Yep. Yep. That's where I left off last time because I did the first 3 trees and I got to that one and I was like, what the fuck? And I still don't know. Maybe I'll wind up retreating back to that one at some point. Beautiful. Thank you both for simply reminding me that the game is teaching me its rules and I could go back and look. Okay, so then it's just do some more of similar shapes. Although obviously it's not going to let me do the same one again. So they all have to be contained, which is also useful information. Okay. Well, now I feel great. Because it's all come together. I feel like that was the biggest thing stopping, like holding me back. It's going to get tricky because, again, I'm not a good shapes person. When I play Professor Layton games, the puzzles that trip me up the longest are the, like, you know, put all these pieces together to fill in a thing. Much more than any, even the, like, highest level logic puzzles. Okay. Guess the big question for me here is how? Yeah. Although, like, having the same apparent solution is kind of a way to make you, to tell you, hey, hold on, stop, think. These seem like they were the same. But surely Jonathan Blow would never lower himself to doing the same puzzle twice. The man is an intellectual and an artist. Okay. The big challenge. Oh, okay. So earlier, a thing that was being very tricky for me was how am I supposed to ever deal with a 1? But now it's much clearer. So I think I want 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Except that shape wouldn't have this in it. There's perhaps a thing to work with. Absolutely. But also starting right now. Okay, so it's going to be a 7 square shape. And it needs to wrap this one up. Like it has to have all of them in it. So what if I was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1? Yep. Can I draw that? I mean, presumably. But how? What did I just say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1. I think my drawing pad will be helpful to me right now. So this randomizer like randomizes the puzzles. I mean, I guess I can see how you do that because they have very clear logical rules. Or does it just take the existing puzzles and throw them around? Well, no, because that's not like Legend of Zelda. Yeah, it would have to. Even as I was saying it out loud, I was like, the other thing that I know, randomizers are super popular for is Zelda. But there, it's all about changing the sequence. When all you need to do is learn rules, changing the sequence isn't really the thing. Okay. Notes cam up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it a 5x5? It's a 5x5. Oh wow! But I assume the new are the new rules. They can't be procedurally generated, or are they? And I want to do. Wow, that's neat. I want to do this shape, I believe. Oh, okay. Yes. The puzzles are still procedurally generated, but we didn't get to the level of creating a procedural generator that can create new logic rules. That makes sense. Okay. What would this line turn out to be? How would I draw a line to do this shape? Can I draw a line that'll do the shape? If I went all the way over and I can't come back all the way down. Notes off for a moment. Think about this in another way. Imagine, hey, ChatGPT. Could you create some new random witness rules? And it's just, absolute jumbled nonsense. Oh, I suppose, no. I think the shape pretty much has to be. But why do I think that? Because I don't know. This is not the shape. And this might be a go back to the start if you get it wrong thing. Okay. It could also be... Could it? No. Because it has to catch... The only way it can catch all of them, I think, is the shape I've described. I could be wrong. Lord knows I could be wrong. But I don't think I am. Sweet. Oh, come on. No, all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 out of 25 squares. I think I should. At least draw myself a little 5x5 grid in my grid paper. I don't know why I'm indicating. They didn't figure out how to draw the line in the notes anyway. Yeah, I'm pretty good with that kind of thing, in the sense that sometimes my puzzle solving strategy is to go, you know, the ideas are not coming to my mind through logic right now. So why don't I charge at this puzzle and just do something different than what I've been doing and see if it'll all just come together. Okay. So the shape must touch 3 out of 4 corners. Okay. Like it must encompass this. Yeah, that can be the worst thing. I'm making my way slowly over years on this stream, and even more slowly in the course of my life since I played the Lolo games, the Adventures of Lolo games for the first time as a child. But I've been making my way through them on the stream. I've beaten all the North American Adventures of Lolo, that trilogy. But then with some overlapping puzzles, the Japanese Adventures of Lolo series is just 2 games that correspond engine-wise to Lolo 2 and Lolo 3 in North America. And they also have a lot of new puzzles that are harder. And so I've made my way now to Adventures of Lolo 2, which is the Japanese version of our Lolo 3. And I got to the point where for the first time, I did a Lolo stream a few months ago and I didn't solve a single puzzle because they're getting very fiendish. And it keeps on turning out that the answer is to... what am I trying to say? I don't know. Okay. Well, if we have a 3 and a 2, one thing I can say for sure is that that would fulfill the 3 and the 2. And then if I had a vertical 3 and an L shape tilting down, how would I touch those 2 pieces with those? I would touch it by going like this. How many shape? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12. Okay. Can I draw a line to do that? Seems possible. Let's try it. Well, it's not this line. Or is it? No. Alternately, I mean, this conforms to something. If I then went like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Horizontal 2. Yeah. Yep. Nice. As I keep on saying. Yeah, like I think the one I'd originally conceived was also possible. Neat. Oh, you know what? While I was up there, waffle syrup. 55-month streak. What a supporter. Eventually, I'm gradually updating. I've changed my personal style a fair bit in the last couple of years. Neat. Okay, so now that I know what I know, I think I'm ready. The question just becomes, well, okay. So the thinking here turns out to be roughly what I thought before, except flipping where that is, right? Does that make sense? Hold on. Every now and then I should do the pitches. Not that, streaming is not even I guess it was my secondary income source in the sense that I have a job and then I make like $200 from the Twitch channel every year. But that's not even secondary anymore. My live drag performance career is actually taking care of that for me. I've already made more money from that than I'm going to make the rest of the year. No matter what happens on Twitch. So subscribing doesn't matter anyway. Thank you. Geez. Whenever I suddenly bring this up, I then get self-indulgent. Oh, wait, you know what? No, I can do something. One sec. If I just turn on drag pics, okay. This one's, it is what it is. It's not my latest performance, but it's our city's pride parade. You can probably tell which one is me. It's the pink one. We were on a little float. It was great. What a lovely day. Anyway, okay. Enough about my drag career for now. So anyway, it's cool. Like, it's great when people subscribe, but I don't expect anybody to, except waffle syrup, because you've just kind of, you gotta commit to the bit, and you've committed. But I should say, here are the things that I do here. Most of the content here is me playing games, and largely, although not exclusively, because it's very, very, what am I trying to say? I don't have a clear theme, but I've done a lot of RPGs, a mix of classic RPGs, like classic Western computer RPGs, and some classic JRPGs. I'm early in my drag career. I have not yet reached the comfort level of that level of interaction with the audience. Like, I'm definitely into, like, I've gotten used to being like, oh, you're holding out a tip for me. I'm just going to extend my chest towards you and you're going to understand to tuck it in. I haven't sat upon anybody or anything like that. I will at some point. You're supposed to. But it's also that thing of, you gotta read the room. Usually we try at the start. Whoever opens the show, whoever's emceeing, usually tries to say, consent is important and it goes both ways. So if we're coming towards you and you don't want to be involved in the show, please, make it clear to us. And don't touch us unless you're giving us money. Oh, that's a bummer. Selena has titties. I know that. Well, because I'm plugged into drag. But also, my partner, Danielle, is really into Drag Race. And Big Brother. Okay, hold on. What is the shape that I'm conceiving here? It's like this, isn't it? Wait, no. That's not valid. Okay, it's fine though. I just need to... an underthought here. I get it. I think I get it. It's that, the placement of the two L pieces makes you want to keep them arranged like that. And I think the answer is they just don't need to be. Because this shape touches all the corners it needs to. And that's also super easy to draw, right? Is this correct? Now this is just a shortcut back to somewhere else, right? Nonetheless, it feels good just to have drawn a line. I might be able to complete the treehouse now. But while I am achieving forward momentum in the area that has been the trickiest to me, I shouldn't just leave. Oh yeah, so wait, I was trying to say... I get it. I get this one, I think. Yes. Okay. Actually, this is different from the slanty ones I've seen. This is not slanty. It's just an arrangement that's a little different. I can work with this. But first, let me finish my thought, which was, I think that obviously these things would just combine to form a square. So I'm not going to be able to finish my thought yet. Oh, wait, but they have to both be in the square. Okay. Let me not look for a moment so I finish my thought. I do a lot of adventure games. I think so. It's going to be so professionally I teach at a university. So right now I'm on vacation. My vacation ends in like a week and a bit. I got to actually calculate because I've had some days where I had to go do a work task on my vacation and one day that I full on work today. So I got to figure out when it actually ends. But also even when it ends, doesn't necessarily mean I can't do Tuesday, Thursday afternoon streams until classes start at least. And then it gets tricky of like, where can I fit it? But I'm really digging this game. So I intend to do a lot of it. Besides the puzzle. So yeah, I like to do a lot of different types of puzzle games, adventure games, mysteries. Lots of different types of games. And yeah. So I don't know that there's any case for subscribing except that like you have a Prime subscription or just, for whatever reason. When I get the Twitch payouts, I try to spend them on things that make the stream better, whether it's games to play or new equipment. But following, why not? Why wouldn't you? It's a fun hang, right? Okay. Obviously, these would just combine into an L piece. Whoops. I already had the line going. Can it be so simple? Oh, no, because obviously... Duh. Opposite of that? All right, maybe I need to think a little. What if I did 1, 2, 3, 4? That would cover 2 of the shapes. Then I have a 1 and this L piece to work with. And those could just be here. Yeah, okay. That one's pretty simple once I stopped and thought about it. Okay. Here's something new. We're so close to opening another door. Okay. This is a large gap between them. It looks like it would fit 2 squares. Meanwhile, okay, first, how many? 1, 2, 3, 7, 10, 12. 12 out of 16 squares must be recruited into a shape. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. Sure, but then this is the intro. Okay, hold on. Let me just immediately see how would that work. I mean, how it works is it must combine, I think, with something else, right? So, perhaps the answer is to try drawing a shape. That already feels like the wrong placement for that. Because then I don't know how I wind up catching. I really don't know how to do the spaced one at all. Like, is it asking me for two twos that far apart? Yeah. The only one of the monastery ones I felt the need to draw something for. Okay. Let me do some reasoning here. Obviously, this thing is a pretty specific shape. It can basically go in 1, 2, 3, 4 possible locations. And if it's in this one, it seems like it would be very difficult to also put these together with big spaces between them, unless the answer is that there don't need to be big spaces between them. Because if there just has to be two twos, there are two twos here, right? Let me look. Let me just think about this. The vertical 3 is on the left. The 3 and then 2 L piece, or the, is there in the middle. And then there's two twos there. But it doesn't work. So there does have to be, I think, spacing for these. Intriguing. It's like it seems like that would fulfill that. And then there's a 1, 2, 1, 2, but I've done absolutely nothing about an L piece here. Let me just test. Does this... No. Because there has to be another shape between to connect it. But then the shape has to be in there. Okay, I'm just trying to draw something. I mean, obviously. That lets me test what the fuck's going on with this. Hold on. Okay, if this is just saying put one space between twos and join them together, they could be under this guy, thus making a shape that would look like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So what if I try to put that in here? Then I would still need a 3, and it could only go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Stranger things have happened. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let me see. No. Oh no. I mean, what if I infer this is 2 spaces? It might not even be spaces. Obviously, I know that it might not even be spaces. However, let me see. They have to be 2 spaces apart. And then I put 3 like that. They have to be 2 spaces apart, then they can't line up that way, can they? Because there's no room. Okay, hold on. Hold on. They're 2 spaces apart like that. Then we could go, okay, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I guess there's no difference between just drawing this here and then transplanting it to here. Oh no. Well. Oh. Does this shape? Yes, it does. I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think this shape conforms if, again, my underlying assumptions are correct. Which they aren't necessarily. No, because the thing that I just drew doesn't touch this 3. And also, I haven't even drawn it correctly. It's just a case where I'm overthinking because they don't have to be in the same cordon. So is there a way, like if I've blocked off this 3 somehow or other, I don't know. I have a difficult decision to make because it's, do I want to keep banging my head against this right now? I'm so close to opening this door and then being tortured again. Yes? Okay. Keep banging my head against it. Affirmative. Because I do want to, I can't. Yesterday I went, I mean, not yesterday. Tuesday I went way too long. Which is fine because I had fun. But I can't like go for 3 more hours today. I can go for like 1 or 2 more hours at the most. Maybe let's say 1.5 hours is the most I have. And I want to apply this discovery somewhere else today. So I can't do this for this one for 90 minutes, but I won't have to because I'm going to get it. Maybe. Okay. Hold on then. Should at least keep them aligned on this note-taking sheet. I'm not going to be drawing grids. Okay. What if the 3 was there? That one was there. Hello, sentient coffee. Got my own sentient green tea here. I don't think I can draw the thing I want in this way. Okay, wait. I mean, a lot rests on whether I'm correct about what's being communicated to me here, which I may or may not be. But okay, if these need to be gapped out with 2 in between, where could... I mean, they don't necessarily have to be. They could just have to have 1 in between. So what if it was like 1, 2... Well, no. 1, 2, and 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3, and then... That feels like it touched them all, but I'm not even sure what I said. No, the fact that I don't know what I said turns out to be a problem here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then what if they only have to be 1 separation? Seems possible. Hold on. So wait, what did I say? 1, 2, 3, then there. No. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2. I don't know. One, two, three. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It touches all the spots. It excludes 4, obviously. And that seems super drawable. Guided by voices. Welcome. No, that didn't do it for any of them. I tried that one already. Oof. Well, that's a shame. Okay. It's time to resort. See, my problem here is that I'm erasing some of them instead of leaving them. At least I have more attention. At least the people who aren't actually doing this are paying more attention to what I'm doing. Okay. Let's assume then, I guess, next assumption before, I'll get to the point where I say, well, that's how I made the connection. That's when I made the discovery that I shouldn't be erasing. It was as I did it. But I was committed. Okay. I'll stop erasing them now. But I guess if I go back to saying there have to be 2 spaces between them, then the 2s have to be on the outside. If that's true. And then try this one already? Quite possibly. It's super drawable. So, let me draw it. Oh. Do. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, great. That's not a bad strategy, Sentient Coffee. I'd probably benefit from taking a few more. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I felt like I was just doing a victory lap there anyway. So it wasn't really a spoiler. I was like, yeah, this connects, this connects, this connects. And then I'm back to where I was when I approached from this side. But what's going on this side? Ah, these ones aren't activated yet because where does it go? Oh, because I ran right past another thing. Missing the forest for the trees. Okay. It's time to learn the slanty shape rule. Can it be so simple? Yes. Can it also be this simple? Yes. And then obviously, this would be stupid. Okay. Then. That doesn't work. But why? I mean, obviously I can't align the shape just like that. Okay. Is it just rotate it in your mind and find a way that you could orient this shape? Well, hold on. Here's a way to test that. Okay. So this might just be saying you have more options. We're not constraining you as much. So then, if we need 2 L's like this, a 4x4 grid, and obviously the possibilities of what lines can be drawn are constrained here. They can rotate in various ways. I'm going to actually use this pre-drawn grid I have up here because I want to record where the breaks are. Because then, how could I fit? Oops. Suppose it was like this. Then then if it was like that, Ooh. The placement of the constraining lines is tricky. Maybe drawing isn't yet the way. Okay. That is not even the right kind of piece. That's not the right shape. Like, okay. Now you've got one. But can you draw the other in the same coordinate? No. Hmm. This would conform. That's very difficult to chop off with lines here. And also, keeping in mind, they have to both touch this. So what if it starts, what if this is one of the pieces? See, in Tetris, it happens so fast that you just let your brain do it for you. I'm not a high-level Tetris player, but I'm okay. I can place pretty high in Tetris 99, as long as there aren't a bunch of real Tetris players there that all know how to do T-spins. Ding. Wait. If there was one here and the other one here, I mean, that's useless because it doesn't fulfill the include these guys rule. Start from the include these guys rule. Yeah, it's one of those things that it's just like actually doing them seems so easy to screw up, but then also just like I can build pretty fast to make a, most of the bin just properly filled so I can dump lines for a combo when I get them. But like leaving the notches for T-spins is just like an extra level. Don't get me started on Puyo Puyo, which I'm also pretty good at, but then absolutely hopeless in competitive play against people who are serious about their competitive play. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, and over. Plus 1, 2, 3, there. Sure, except you cannot draw those lines. This one's frustrating to me because I can tell that it's easier. It should be much easier. And I don't know if I'm just having too much fun chatting or what. Okay. Supposing that, where else could the other one go? Oh, for heaven's sake. Is it as simple as I suddenly think? No, not quite. Hey, it is. Right. Yeah. And that is absolutely something I know about from Tetris. Stacking the L's like that. Oh, and then this one is just notch torture. Because it's easy enough to do the one shape, but how can you do the one shape and exit the field? What if it goes doot, doot, doot? Well, no, can't exit the field. I think I'm going to mess around a little here before I even get to logic. Working backwards. We either need to end by going up here or by going up here. We're going up here. That implicates what this shape could be. Well, no. There's no way out. And also, it just doesn't work. Period. Not going to draw the shape successfully. Working backwards. I don't know. If I went up here, I either need to just already drawn the shape and blocked it off somewhere. Or, okay, wait. Nice thought, but no. Because you can never just draw the shape. You can't enclose it fully. The fact that you can't enclose it fully is information. The shape also has to touch an edge, right? But it has to do more than that. Oh, but the whole gimmick about saying it can touch an edge is that you don't need it all recruited. So, obviously this doesn't work. Could I draw this, but in the opposite direction so that I can then maneuver? Not sure. I don't think so. At least not the way I'm thinking. No. Of course not. Unless... No. No. Because again, the whole thing that I keep saying, I'm using this that I don't need to draw on that part. And that is basically what I have to do somewhere. Which then makes it super clear. There. Okay, we got there. Sweet. I activated this once. And I'll figure out how to activate it again now. But first. Oh, if I put up that wetlands beacon today, it's going to feel great. Okay. This is all shape challenge. I perceive the exact things I need to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 out of 25. Okay. They need to all be recruited. So how could that work? Something needs to touch this. So what if it was 1, 2, 3, 4 vertically, and then 1, 2, 3 to get this little guy? Well, now he's not being drawn upon. What if 1, 2, 3, 4 horizontally, And then also these 3 for this guy. We can't get down to here. Okay. What if it's 1, 2, 3, 4 coming up this way? And then one, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4 coming up like that. How did this work in my mind just now? Oh, yes. And then on top of it, going 1, 2, 3, 4. And then here going 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Is that a drawable shape? Let's see. No. No, it's not. I think I can afford to erase this one since it's just literally impossible. I can perceive its impossibility, so I'm not just eliminating attempts. Okay. So yeah. Getting around these is tricky. But not impossible. Let's see. What if it's 1, 2, 3 like that? And then 4 here. And then these 3. Hold on. What was I even saying? One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And then where would this guy go? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, because that's not recruiting our friend at the top. Wait, or could it? Oh yeah, if I was doing it right, it would. This might just be a drawing problem. Whoop. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Ding. Yep. Okay. Yes. Ooh. No restrictions, but see why this gets tricky. First off, 1, 2, 6, 11. And that has to be in there. So let's just pick a random shape. And then 4 like that. We get that guy in there. Then we still need to catch these other 2. So what if it's like that? So obviously this gets 2 of the shapes. So then the question is, That's what it's all about. I love the, okay. The possibility of multiple solutions is always fun. What if it's like that? I mean, obviously, that gets one shape down and touches two of them. I think it's time to shade a little. Do some shading. Can I work with this idea, though? Those go 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. And then I just need to draw anything that gets to this guy. So it could be as simple as that. Possibly. And then I would be touching them all. And would I have 2 left to go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2 left to go. That seems like a plausible shape. But how? How plausible? Up like that. Over, up, over. And up the, oh no. No. That's where this one falls apart. Or does it? Hold on. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep. Nice. Torture. Agony. This actually seems helpful, though. This is defining its shape, which is helpful. Okay. 6, 10, 14 out of 25. We'll be leaving 11 unrecruited this time. So what? It's probably not this simple, but if it was... those particular L pieces are not the type in Tetris that will just easily stack together. Let's start by imagining this is using too many, right? Yeah. Didn't fulfill any conditions. That's okay. Well, I mean, that's not going to capture this guy. Okay. It's almost time to just start experimenting with some shading first. There's an L there. There could also be one. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus 6. And then I don't think this makes sense, but what if it did? Well, no, because I can't even place this thing to begin with. Wait, yes, I can, because I'm stacking stuff together. No. Okay. Actually, I don't think there's even any point to starting to shade on the sheet until I've at least got an idea. shape has to obviously encompass all these. So suppose I did the easy thing with the 6. Oh, goodness. Yep. Hooray. Devilish. Actually, it's not too hard. I can see what these are. These are T pieces that don't complete. And I can probably recruit this guy for one of them, maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Exactly. If it works, you've done it. Don't look a gift line in the mouth. Okay. There's some combining obviously be done here to make it even slightly possible. Because it's tough to leave. You can't leave those holes, right? Or I guess you could. It's not impossible. But I'm trying to picture how these things could overlap. You definitely don't want to look a gift lion in the mouth unless you're a trained professional. Hold on. Dude. Okay. I can just combine the slanty guys into a 6 piece of 2 lines. I think. Which would mean I think this would fulfill them, but obviously not fix the thing properly. But what if? No, I don't know. Okay. One, 2, 3, 2, 3. I think this guy needs to be used to touch at least 2 things. I think it will come to the middle no matter what. I don't know if that's true. It feels plausible. Then this isn't going to get the job done. At all. Okay. Got no more than 1 hour left. I can do this. Feels like I'm making serious wetlands progress. And even if I don't take my new wetlands knowledge to all the other places, today, that just means next Tuesday, the universe is crackling with possibility. Okay. You know what? Let me experiment with something here, just out of curiosity. Once I've done that shape, can I think of any plausible way to recruit everything else? Okay, what if it was a 1, 2, 3 like that? One, 2, 3 like that, and 1 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Seems possible. If I could only draw it, which I don't think I can. Or maybe I can. I mean, this line is not going to exit, which is okay. One, two. Up over this guy. Over, down, over. Can't exit, but is this plausible? Let me see. 3 goes there. Doot, 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 doot. This shape gets the job done, I believe. 5, 10, 12. So can I draw this shape? And exit the grid? I guess if I can, it would start like this. Or would it start like this? Or is it just not possible? I don't think it would start like that. Okay. That's nothing. Okay. If I were to combine all of these, what could I make? I already have one that's like this. Like this. And I rotate the other one to also fit in like that. Then I can put the one here. Sure. But that does nothing for me. But if I put it here, had a shape like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And if that shape was the upper corner, and I added that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Included. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, and this. 13. Maybe this is it. Make these bolder for myself. And for everybody. Think this is plausible? Let's try. Well, if we were leaving, this would get the job done. which is also true here. You have never a good sign when someone has specific memories of a puzzle you're struggling on. Okay. Okay. Well, that's comforting to a degree. What if I just start by putting the L piece in a different spot? And then I have to figure out how to touch the remaining. So what if that's the upper right? That's like that. Then I have, well, I would touch one. I would touch one. Then they're all touched. I think I'd have to put the one piece in here. I don't think this works, but maybe it does. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's the kind of reference that, despite not having any familiarity with the thing you're referencing, I can put together. Okay, no, this doesn't work. One, two, three, four, five. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. Always a mild amount of pain shoots through my heart when I'm reminded of a Kanye West song. It's like, oh, can't listen to that. I'm chronically online, but I don't know that I've encountered that as a specific meme. And yet I was still able to. I know enough that I know there's a. I know it's like a pirate adventure story, and it's called One Piece. So then you think like, well, the One Piece is like a legendary something that he's searching for. So insisting that the One Piece is real seems like, is that something that Luffy D Monkey does a lot? Okay. A very tricky thing to be the solution here would, is there any way, hold on, and I conceive a way at least, where we're not using the L piece to touch two? That would be tricky. Like, what if it's like, there's the L, it's only touching one? Can I use what remains to touch the others? don't think so. If that's true, that's information. What we would need to touch there, there, and there. Okay. If I wind up completely stymied by this, or even if not, because obviously there's going to be more of these puzzles, maybe I should be looking into cutting out some some construction paper shapes. Just drawing at random now, which does not seem like a promising way to figure things out. What if it just is somehow? I don't think it is. Yeah, that might be just the thing for me. But like, I'm not going to do it right now. When I have like 45 minutes left to go. Grind everything to a halt. Yes. Definitely tricky. Don't know what the technique would be. Not a good shapes guy, as I've mentioned. Okay. And maybe that's the simpler solution for me to use, or like some free diagramming software, diagrams.net. I don't know if they have something that would work. It's what I have my students make flowcharts in. It's just like, okay, other shapes I can make by stacking these. I can make that by stacking the two pieces together. So if I have that shape and an L, yeah, it used to be Draw.io. That's exactly the right one. It's a really, really good flowchart making tool, at least. I haven't really used it for any other reason. Okay, wait. What about making the L piece and then just thinking about how the other dudes could like wrap into it like this? Sure. But what does that do for me? Fair. I've only used it personally, either for in-class demos or to make examples for my markers. So I haven't had to use it too often. Although it's there's the pressure's on when you're making an example for the markers because you're like, I really need to. This needs to be, you know, pretty good. What is this shape that I've made? Doesn't matter. It isn't going to work. I don't even know how to ask for a nudge in the context where the problem I'm having is that I'm bad at like shape thinking. Like there's everything but the one accounted for. What if it's not recruiting them all? Ooh, I'm going to ask you both to hold on to those for just a moment. Because I think I am ready to at least ask. You know what? Actually, Sentient Coffee, hold off on a specific nudge. But, Naknud, I would love to know your general strategy right now. And then I might still want the specific nudge. But hold on. Because something just happened in my mind. I think. No, because no. Thank you, Guided by Voices. Now, what I thought might be happening has not come to pass. I don't think. Or is it just that this? There's the L. Oh yeah. Now that works as a shape. Hello, Stimpinski. Welcome. Yeah. I've done like a bit of that without formalizing it quite enough. But okay. Hold on a minute. What was I picturing here? It goes 1, 2, 3. And then it doesn't bring that one in. Yeah, it goes over. Back down and over. And then up 4. Hold on. I just want to do validation because it feels like this is right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 2, 6, 8 are excluded there. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And I got it by figuring out a way to combine the impossible to draw shapes into a single contiguous shape. And then the remaining leap was I was like, wait. I keep trying to recruit that 1 because it's impossible to cordon a 1 inside the field. But it's easy to cordon a 1 on the edge. Okay, I'm going to run to the washroom because I have been chugging green tea. And then I'll be right back. And And then I believe that it's going to happen. Hang tight. And we're back at it. Okay. Excitement. Ooh, that connected into one of these things which drained the water. And now we can be tortured. With, pardon me, new rules. But I don't think I've seen a hollow colored square, but I have seen the introduction of colored squares in, stretch puzzles elsewhere, or hybrid puzzles, and just thought, oh, go to hell. Because I didn't even understand the basics yet. Okay. Can it be so simple? No, that doesn't fulfill either. Is it make this shape except cut out exactly one square? I think it is. Which would mean this is do a 4 but cut out 2. And this would mean do this. And then this would mean fill everything except cut out exactly 2. I believe. And then this. Oh, very tricky. So obviously, let me think. I mean, a few things. It has the gradual rollout of rules in different areas, and then the gradual hybridization of those rules to create increasingly complex puzzles. It has a single auteur creator. I'm not sure how many. I assume Jonathan Blow had like a staff. Yeah, this seems very solvable. So this has to wrap around. And we have to cut one out. But then we have to like carve out the middle. I'm curious, Naknud. What is your sense of which of the two is more difficult? Well, that's a good sign for me. Because I've 100%ed Baba Is You. Not entirely on my own, because I did for some of the really deep post game puzzles. Tekla, the toxic spider. No, that's a professional wrestler. Puroresu. Okay. So, I mean, the big thing here is just that I love logic and I love Lolo. And I know that really it's Sokoban, but like to me Lolo is the ultimate form of Sokoban. Okay. So like I want to wring out the middle somehow, I think. Stupinski says 8 possible solutions, which is helpful. Except, okay. Sudokus are fun. When you say factory games, do you mean like Satisfactory? We've got to buy voices in the house. Plays a lot of Satisfactory. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah, Order of the Sinking Star. That's not a full release yet though, is it? It was literally when The Witness came out, I was like, gotta play The Witness. This sounds cool. And then I just didn't for many years. Yeah. But then when I heard about the pre-release, that's when I was like, fuck's sake. Okay. I can't build up a John Blow backlog. He does not make games fast enough for me to be doing that. All right. I just need to think, of course. Sweet. I will not be touching said demo. Because no. Okay. This is a do some scribbling puzzle. Allegedly, I'm stopping in a half hour, but I think we can all feel that dream slipping away, can't we, gang? Unless Danielle gets mad. Or, like, I feel the first pangs of hunger. But it's okay. I already knew this is my streamiest week of the year, so if I have I played Braid. You'd have to fuck up a Sokoban type game, or in my heart, a Lolo type game, pretty hard for me not to be into it. Okay. Let me just draw this shape at all. And then think, what on earth would I cut out? Where would I do the cutout? Oh. I don't think I even should have needed to scribble for that. That turned out to be pretty straightforward. Okay. And then, oh, that sent. I see what's going to be happening now. We're going to be draining different basements, right? Draining the wetlands. That one, like, yeah. That one worked out. Oh. Okay. Well, I recognize this from up above. Am I directly below that? Yes, I am. Why does it matter that I am? I'm curious. Does it have the same solution drawn? Recruited to the right? Yes. Neat. Right now, I don't think I need to do anything with that knowledge. This looked like it might be a thing I clicked on. And perhaps it is if I switch it up. Okay. Okay, now we're doing rules. Oh, that doesn't recruit all of them. Which is fine. Okay. So, I perceive a trickiness here. Oh, it's not that tricky. Put the 4 across the top and then a 3. Which means this. Nice. Okay. Here, it's pretty much inevitable that I need a 4 but not going this way, and a 4 but not going this way, and I'm subtracting 2, which I could just take from here, I think. Oh, but can I draw that? Quite possibly, but not so easily. Okay, hold on. Oh, and this needs to be touched as well. So what if I did a 4 horizontal on the bottom? And then it also just went up 2? Can I draw that? Oh, but if it only goes up 2, then it doesn't get there. Because what I need is 2 3s. Ta-da! Ooh, we're getting fancy. 1 deduction. 1. Okay, so what if it's... Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 3. Well, sort of, but no. I guess it seems quite possible that I want to move the thing back over there to see what happens out here for the sake of getting to draw a secret universe line. But I'll keep working on the things that are standard puzzles first. Before I think, just don't even think about the deduction part and just think 4 and then that would do it. It's a hard one to draw. Or is it? It's not if I'm specifically cutting off that piece, except this is not doing the shape. that I wanted at all. I need to do a little bit of shading on it, on paper, I think. So what I was thinking is just, okay, what if it's just the 4 across the top plus one, two. Whoops, started too low. That is them all covered. And then I just need to figure out what to chop off to make the shape drawable. It's that, right? Yes, it is. Ooh. I like this. As soon as I look at it, I find it appealing. These L pieces could be stacked together to make a 6-piece, which would then chop down to a 2-piece. Yeah, we're making a little progress right now. All of a sudden. It's just a dam breaking effect, right? Okay. Starting from the understanding that in the end, I'm going to have 8 squares filled. And that they have to capture all these pieces. Feels like I want an L here for sure. Well, and I have 2 L's that jut to the right and one that juts to the left. That would cover something. Of course. And then that's my left jutting guy. Right? Yes. And then my other right jutting guy would somehow need to be touching this. What if? Starting from the lower left corner. This guy here. And then stack these 2 guys thus. And then I could cut the whole center out of this to remove 4 pieces. Right? And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Except I fucked something up in the drawing by shading wrong. Okay, hold on. I can do this. I believe. No, that's not even what I did. No, I've got it. No, I don't necessarily have it, but I'm back on track in my brain. those 4, and then take the guts out. And we have this shape. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And it touches all of them. And it looks very drawable. The cutting things out ones seem to really hit the spot for me. And then it throws this at me. Well, let's see then. Are they hitting the spot for me? Interesting twist here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12. But it'll actually be 10. And then it needs to be possible to draw. So let's learn what could be possible to draw and go from there. We'd be cutting 2 out of this, and then wanting to drop in a T. It's helpful that this is literally filling the 4x4 grid. Because then I can look and say, okay, it's filling the 4x4 grid, and on its own, it's already touching all the spots. So if I was taking 2 out and putting in a T, I would take the bottom 2 out, perchance, and then make a T like this, and it would not be drawable. But that's good. I mean, it's not. It would be better if I just solved it. But it's a start. To make this possible to draw, oh, yeah, you're right. To make this possible to draw, there can't be gaps in the middle. Took this one piece out and put the T in. That's drawable. And then I would just need to take one other thing out, I think. Super drawable if I'm correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And as discussed, we had 12 minus 2. Oh no. No, because that's still not drawable. Okay. I really like this one. This specific one especially. But I like the blue, the hollow blue rule as an addition to this segment too. Okay. So if first I concern myself with just getting the T in, take that out and put the T like this, I think. And then It remains undrawable unless I'm missing something. I mean, yes, obviously I'm missing something. If I was not missing anything, I would have solved the puzzle. Yeah. All right. Part of this is simply that it needs to be possible to draw. If I took that guy out and put in a T, and then took this guy out, that looks like a shape I can draw. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But am I correct that I can draw a said shape? Sure am. Sweet. Okay, before we leave, just go through this very, very slow experience. With the belief that it's going to open up the possibility of doing something. If I can do this fast enough. Ta-da! Nice. Now the frustrating part, I believe, my next... Oh, wait. Hold on. Blue going back this way. So maybe I can just not think about that platform. You know what? I should return the platform anyway for when I'm eventually going to want it. But I think I'm going back this way. Think. This is the one I already did, I believe. No, it's a new one. Oh, very tricky. Ooh, that's crafty. I know with one particularly tricky Lolo puzzle, I was a terrible partner, terrible boyfriend. Took Danielle to brunch and just opened up my video on demand of the last stream where I'd given up at the end and couldn't solve the puzzle, and just paused it so I saw the layout and just like stared at it, and it eventually worked. Okay, that works because that works because 2 minus 2. Not at all not entirely clear what's going on yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, this is not equal. Oh no. This one feels like it once again just conforms to rules that I can work with, but does it? I want to subtract 4 from 7. Yeah, excellent point, Tamikio. Well, that wouldn't work because it doesn't fulfill them. All 3 works, or just those 2. Okay. Doesn't even fulfill this guy. That's interesting. Yeah, what? In what sense is this fulfilling the -2 rule? Absolutely. And thank you. That's generally what I hope to receive from the viewers who are in the know, is the restraint to not just tell me, but then the willingness to nudge me when I request it. People who are not familiar with the game, you're just watching and you have an idea. Just say the idea. Who knows? This works. But why? And that works. This won't work. It does. It really is. I just try to balance that with the knowledge that when we're doing it as a shared group activity, there's a point where watching me stare and not get something ceases to be good content. And that's usually when I go, okay, better beg for a nudge. I don't understand. At all. Yet. I don't know why I'm looking around. Like this is blueprints and I'm going to find a note that describes this puzzle. It's also quite clear to me. Absolutely worth your time, for sure. Okay. Well, of course. If I could figure out a line that gets these two, that would definitely be teaching me something. I'm glad it wasn't that, because that would have infuriated me if it somehow worked. Message that might be my partner saying, "What is wrong with you?" Okay. So, this doesn't necessarily equate to a thing that makes you want to go back and try it again, but there are permanent changes that you could make. And also, there are just like things you will eventually discover that if you can keep yeah, there definitely are. There are things that you like. Some of the permanent changes are just adding new rooms into the deck so that they'll be there. There are doors that once they're unlocked, they stay open. There are definitely things. in terms of a nudge that if you wanted to revisit it may or may not help. Don't want this to sound condescending, because it actually reflects something that my friend Greg needed to point out to me after my first session. It is a play on words with blueprints, but there's also it's a play on words because there's a figure of a blueprints, and the whole game is about blueprints. So the answer to your question is yes. Yeah, it can get wearying if you're like, I fell off it because I think I solved a whole lot of things before opening up a very specific long-term goal and so I didn't, maybe I had other things left to work on because I was pretty deep into the metagame, but I didn't think I did, and the one thing I had to work on depended on a lot of RNG to even make progress, and so I kind of fell off playing then. But the thing I was going to say though, Necknut, is that you might find, I don't know if you went outside at all, but you can turn around right at the start of every day and go outside, and there are things to be found out there, which is something I completely missed. My friend was like, so obviously you've been outside, and I was like, what are you talking about? How do you get outside? It's like, just turn around and walk out the door. Okay. Trying to even think how I would ever make this work at all. Like, suppose I wasn't missing something. Yeah. But now you're armed with the knowledge that you can literally just turn around, walk out the front door. I can't remember what things are possible to find at the start via that method, but there are things. And eventually, the big things are that, like, there are certain permanent upgrades and things you'll discover where you'll be starting the day with money in your pocket and a lot more steps than the default. This is wild to me. And Necknod, you said this you took in the room that I just kind of breezed through. You said it was like a couple hours. Yeah. Like, there are some things I believe, I don't remember for sure. Yes, wait, yes. One thing is that there's an allowance mechanic. So once you've earned an allowance through the mechanics that I won't spoil for you, there's just money waiting for you at the start of every day. There are things that upgrade your steps permanently, but then there are also things that, like, you will start the next day with extra steps, and so you can get those working for you too. So definitely worth another look if that was the big thing you were bouncing off. I just don't understand. How does this no coordinate at all? Because they cancel. Hold on. I'm about to, yes. Ooh, so that fulfilled, for no reason that I completely understand, this. Why? I understand why it didn't fulfill the top things now, as soon as I did it. I think, like, I don't want to say devote a lot more of your life to a game that was frustrating you, but I would say a little bit more and see if, armed with this hopefully reassuring knowledge, that gets everybody but this guy. Somnium, I'm open to a nudge, although I'm also going to be staring at these. So I think what I did here was I just said, they cancel each other out and there's no cordon at all. Did that also work here? Yes. But then this works as well. Well, no. I was kind of aware. I'm glad that's a really, really helpful nudge because I was kind of aware of that in the back of my mind. These aren't just doing what I think they are. But like here, they absolutely, like, by treating them like that, they absolutely did what I wanted them to. I can tell by the assignation of a number that you've got another nudge in mind as well. But give me a second here. Yeah, so no, I'm not entirely sure what the blue squares actually do. Remind myself what other lines worked here. This works. Maybe I should go back and try to find an alternate solution to one of these. Oh, yeah, no. All right. I don't think I'm going to try finding an alternate solution yet. I feel like the alternate solutions are easier to test out on these simple ones, except that... Okay. That doesn't work because it doesn't fulfill either of them. That works. That works. So basically, chopping one square off or placing them all both work. But is that simply a matter of, as long as these things are grouped, they no longer exist and apply any rule otherwise? What's happening here? I mean, here, sure. But then this won't. This will. So will this. And I bet so will this. Because they're just eliminating each other altogether. Because I believe what's happening there. I think. And so... the tricky part here... Okay, they can't end up all in the same shape together, I don't think. I don't think that's possible. And that's not going to work because of this. But hold on. this should work for the ones on the left. It does. And so this should solve the whole thing because it deactivates the square and fulfills the L piece, the elbow piece. Okay. You can't find them, grind them. Same principles here. But we also have shapes in play, and I don't know how much that matters. Well, hold on. Couldn't be that. Thinking just about the exit strategy here before I even try to work on the other elements. If I'm going up through here or across through here, that's clarifying some where things are being assigned to me. Okay. I believe these are perfectly deleting each other, right? Holy moly. And now we're going... Oh, I was about to go, we're going deeper underground. No. We're resurfacing. Could it be? Thank you. Thank you. Always very proud of myself when I accomplish literally anything at all. So I'm feeling great. Okay. All of them. But cutting out two? Yes. And that just brought me back here. But obviously something's different. I'll go back up. What is different? I mean, this elevator thing is dropped. And what dropped corresponds to this shape. Hail British. And therefore, I want the yellows to drop there, I think. Would this do it? Yes, if I were to come from the other direction, which I think I can do. No, that's where I'm going to go. Oh, but I can make a change. Once I'm down there. So then, what do I want to start with? I think, oh no, but like this, right? I think. Well, yeah, because then I can still see it. And I'll just do the opposite. And then I'll do this. Oh, yeah. Take that, student who once referred to me in student ratings of instruction as some guy who gave up before getting his PhD. Turns out I am smart. I can't imagine doing a PhD. Yeah, and they're not hard because if you're smart enough to get a master's degree, and maybe I'm just self-soothing. If you're smart enough to get a master's degree or two, you're smart enough to get a PhD. But do you have both the work ethic, to motivate yourself, knowing that like you might be doing an enormous amount of work so that you can be an associate, or not even associate, an assistant professor. You know, you might just be spending your entire life not getting tenure. Yikes. Yeah, couldn't be me. Could not be me. All right. Whoops. I just drew the same shape again, didn't I? I think I need to do this to get back. Oh, an exit by the beam. Whoops. Yeah, exactly. Unless you hit the tenure track, in which case, congratulations. Okay. Hold on. There's another exit by the beam. Maybe not. Wait. Okay, hold on. Turn left. Turn right. Aha. Or left while I was coming down. Oh, brutal. Oh, this one's fun. No. Okay. So the cutout would simply have to be here. Or here, right? Yeah. Sweet. Okay. So a person with the ability to obtain a PhD would say, well, that's enough for the day. I should stop and focus on my other tasks and getting some food in me and so on. Yes. However, hooray, got to update that animated sprite. I used to wear a mustache. I didn't used to be enormously jacked. It's just the first one I ever did, my first sprite. Yes, absolutely. I want to stare at the one monastery puzzle a little bit more. And then I cannot stop without revisiting at least one. In fact, actually, before I go back to the monastery, going back to the treehouse. Which, if I recall, this is the treehouse, right? Right. Or is that something else? Guess I'll find out when I get there. But yeah. Exactly. The thing that I have not completed, the part of the walkway I have not unveiled in the treehouse is the one pretty much in multiple spots. What I'm stymied on is that I didn't understand the, not Tetronymos, but I didn't understand the Tetronymos rules. Some of them are tetronymous. The squares, the L pieces, the T's, the lines. Oh. Have I done this one already? I don't think I have. I think polynymous works. Oh, sweet. Then I have not done it. I'm not going to spend a lot of time trying to get this right now. Don't know what that would eventually connect to. Yeah, why don't I just leave it moving on slow? And then just see. Does this come around to giving me somewhere I can go with it? Or am I just on the wrong track? Period. Yeah, I don't think this is converging on. Oh, but it stays connected. It doesn't break. I think I went up the mountaintop. Yes. I went up and said, "Hey, that's where all the beams are converging." I don't know that I did anything there yet. Okay. I'll deal with you later. I'll deal with naturally occurring line puzzles that you, or magically occurring perhaps, that you can do from the boat later on. But just keeping an eye on this thing. Desert. I found the first one in the desert. Because the desert was the first area that I really dug in on. Look at him. Now I definitely have 5 beams. This exact conversation, Sentient Coffee, happened between me and somebody else earlier today. The exact, what was your first environment puzzle? Oh, I had to think that time. Yes. I was like, desert. It was the desert. Hi. My 2 buddies from high school, closest friend. I have more than just 2 friends that I still occasionally speak to from high school. Yeah, note for note, line for line. 2 of my buddies from high school are both parents now. And they own houses on the same street and all that stuff. And I took the totally different pivot of just as I turned 40, I became a drag queen. And so I'm 41 now. And I have been, this year, I've been out past midnight in the club more times than in the previous part of my life. Wild. And so there was a day where literally I was hanging out with my friend who's much better adjusted. And so was able to, he still maintains socialization and stuff. So he and I were out. Yeah, you birth a child into the world, you birth your own drag persona into the world. So I'm having beers with the one friend, and I'm saying, this is what I've been up to. And at one point, he just goes, "We lead such different lives," and then we wound up going over to the home of the buddy who never comes out anymore. Here we are, and talk to him, and indeed, he also said, "Wow, we lead such different lives." I was stymied by this earlier. I perceive it almost immediately now. Got to figure out how to draw the line. Because basically just, okay, like this, right? Almost. It's because I was trying to put the, I was like, it's impossible. You can't draw a horizontal 3 without separating those guys. Picture me rolling. Okay. Well, the most obvious way is going to involve drawing a line through here. Suppose it was that is definitely the difference maker, right? Funny how that works. Okay. No. Not quite. Or not at all. All right. Stop for a moment. Think. How could you recruit 1, 2, 3? No. If I need to touch both of these in the cordon, if I flip this guy around, he's like 1, 2, 3. And this guy's like 1, 2, 3. Well, no. That doesn't work on multiple levels, but I just tried. Wait, out of curiosity. No. Okay. Also, it needs to be a shape that leaves these two outside of itself. Outside of the shape. What does that tell me? There's 3 up there. Then 1, 2, 3. And this would almost do the trick. But now I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. 1, 2, 3. This guy could go like 1, 2, 3, 4, I suppose. But there's an obvious shortcoming of this plan. It's okay. It's only a shape drawing challenge. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, in a world where this line could ever exit, I think I'd still be stuck. One, two, three. No. No. let me pause for a moment and think about this. How do these two ever end up in the same spot? That fulfills them, obviously. But that doesn't. I'm curious. No, you can't even cut them off like that. So the line needs to, fulfill some condition. There's no getting around it. 1, 2. Oh, and jeez. Right, of course. There's no rotating to be done. So can I make like an H? No, and also, wait, no, that would be valid. But wait, and it would eventually exit properly. Arg. Wait. Sweet. This one can be tilted. We know all about tilting, rotating. I bet there is also that kind. Right. I got to remember, they don't need to be combined. Okay. This is helpful. Because you absolutely must cross in a straight line somewhere. Yeah, exactly. So hold on. If we had 4 here and a thing up here, it would not touch this. If we had 4 across here and an L like this, it would separate the buddy stars, or whatever we want to call them. So I think the horizontal line actually just needs to be where indicated. Except, having drawn that horizontal line, that's right. Because you can have a few buddies. You can get together with your buddies. Okay. God. I feel like I could light the treehouse beam and then run back to the monastery and maybe have a burst of inspiration, or at least be back where I started, and that would be a whole full circle kind of deal. Okay. What if what if this L gets these guys? Well, then the horizontal line has to be here. What if the L goes like this? And then the horizontal line is here, and we bring them all together? In principle, I think that's viable. Or is it? Think again. It's like this, and then this. Obviously, this doesn't do it, but the shapes would be there, and they'd be together. Excellent. All right. The monogamy reminder, super helpful. Okay, so just make this shape while also splitting all of them up. Oh, and there's multiple exits. Okay. Just trying in the most obvious way is not going to get the job done. But it's close. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't even contain this guy. Hold on, though. What if I then do something like this? Sort of. Sort of, but not quite. No, I think okay. Oh ho. The thing cannot be placed in the center. Or it can't be in the middle while also touching a side. Okay, what does that mean, though? Why don't I think about separating into pairs? I mean, it's actually trickier than it seems at first. So maybe if I start by reasoning, fuck, what a person to be like, not today, not today will I do another incredibly long stream. It's okay. It's the streamiest week of the year. And I'm taking my normal Friday evening stream with my buddies off to hang out with them in the real world, which is cool. Let me do some drawing. Problem here is I think I need to, it's tedious to also draw the grids, but I think they'll be very helpful for me in thinking of the different ways I could possibly place this shape. Something like that. And the line around that would cause what to happen? Would it just work? Hooray! It works. Thank you, Naknid. I feel like this could happen. I feel like I could get this done. Maybe I can't, but maybe I can. Glad you stopped by. At least for the next little while. Tuesdays and Thursdays are witness days. Here at 58 Dream Street. Okay. So, we don't want purple Oh, we want this shape to be with one guy. That much is clear. So let me immediately just start thinking about recruiting this shape to draw a thing that also captures this. Which agglomeration of shapes can I make to make sure this guy is with somebody else? If there's an L here, there's an L here, it simply doesn't get this shape. So what if, okay, if it's 1, 2, 3, okay, these two could combine to this one. If I can cordon the bottom two. But I can't. Okay. Think I'm working with something here. Yep. Excellent. Okay, fair enough. So, these are the types that do stack. And so they would stack into filling an entire line. And then we'd cut out that. Yes. Well, I would not have come back here. Oh. Okay, so these two should fill this horizontal space, but then cut out this piece. No? Why not? Because 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. But removing hold on, why not? Did I draw the wrong line? Yes. That's all I did. Well, this one's coming together. I don't know how this is all going to help me eventually get to the defeat the time door, but it will somehow. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of the 25 squares need to be recruited. And how could we? 1, 2, and this L, and this? No, because they can't go to the edges. Because we need to keep the greens with the greens. And the purples with the purples. So. Oh, these two do not stack to get. No, they do. Or they don't? No, they don't. They're opposites. So they don't just stack into a nice, neat 6. Although they combine with this to make a nice, neat 6. So what if it was 6 for these? And then those 4. Ta-da. Didn't even have to do any shading. Okay, so that opens all the way to here. But there are multiple ways to solve this, including one that exits through the top, changing the shape of it. And ultimately, that will be the answer to how to get from the thing in the treehouse that opens the door for the beacon to actually pressing the beacon. Can't get a good enough view for route planning from here. So let's look. I don't see how this one would redirect towards the beacon house. But presumably one of them can be made to become helpful. This might not even be necessary to defeat the treehouse. But there's obviously a thing over there. It's one of those ones with the triangle where I have no idea what the rule might be. Okay, so is it plausible that I can just recreate this same shape in a different direction? I've got my reminder of what the solution was. Oh, yeah, and then I can just rotate it. I don't know that I can, like that I'm smart enough to do it. Well, sure, but am I even correct that this is the thing I can change the path of? Almost certainly, right? So it's the arms that need to be touching. And so, could I draw the exact same shape that ultimately worked while exiting differently? Well, I wish I remembered exactly. Should have written down the line. I was like, I've got the shape. So, know if I do it this way. Is there some complicated way to do it? Not quite. I'm just doing the same thing again, am I not? Well, not even, no. What if it's actually exiting through the, not the thing that seems to point where I want to go, but just the other? Oh no. How did I make this work before? Oh. That sent it this way, which I don't really care about or value unless... Nope. However, very gratified to see that otherwise the thing remains fixed. So this should be something I can also just do, I think. Maybe. The other direction. Yep. There we go. Don't think this is solving the treehouse itself, but it is giving me another one of these that I do not understand. But what I've done with them is find a thing that works, then take a screenshot for later. Okay, so completing this place involves changing a footbridge, but I don't know which one yet. Because I need a path that I can travel fast enough to get through the timed closing door. So what I want to do, assuming that the footpath assumption, the reconfigured footpath assumption is going to be the solution, I got to figure out which one I can reconfigure to get there quicker. If indeed it is any. There's the starting point. All the friggin' way up here. Oh no. That's just where I'll go to watch my glorious victory. Where's the door that opens? Oh, it's on this side. This is the door that opens. So... So let me go back to where I opened the thing. Got to remind myself or rediscover where that even is. It's not over here. Or maybe it was. Yeah. Believe it was. Okay. Yikes. So it's is it this one? Don't do... Yeah. So there's the thing. There's one that turns. That orange one turns. But does it turn in a way that I can fix it to get it to go where I... Like, to connect those things? I don't know. Should get back to that orange footpath and investigate. Wait a minute. What about that? What is that? There's the two things you can alternately light here, but I don't think the other one does anything. Or does it? That goes back up, which I don't think benefits me in any obvious way. Do any of these have alternate exits? Oh, it's not just alternate exits, though. And this one does. And so, question becomes, well, it's not really a question. Because it seemed kind of obvious once I saw it. So it turns out I wasn't actually being held up here in a meaningful way. Okay. Can I also change that one to connect to this? Or does this one can be changed? We learned. So how would I exit through this? Just like that. And then almost certainly, I hope, the remaining trick is just to get the other orange path. And see, it took me till just now to put the clue together. Because the different principle for whether that opens or doesn't open the shortcut is whether you fully separated them, which actually was not quite what I came to do here. Okay, I got to go around and see if that one can be redirected. If it can, I think we've blown this wide open. Maybe. Or maybe not. Because got to remember where we're starting from, and it's got to be possible. I think that's a slightly shorter route. I mean, here is where I would want them to change, and it's changeable. So, grouped. Grouped. No, because that didn't satisfy this guy. Oh, but that's simple enough, I think. No. Oh, okay. What am I doing? Oh, doing this, but this is not enough. Some combination of over and under thinking happening right now. Okay, wait. Yeah. Too medium, though. Whoops, I mouse wheeled. It is a nice little user interface touch that you can mouse wheel to toggle on these. Doesn't seem like this is the part that should be tricky at this stage. Okay. Come on. Going longer than last time. But we're having fun. Surely that's what really matters. Arg. But wait. Does not feel like it's supposed to be this hard. I think I'm probably just lined out for the day. And yet, I can't stop here, obviously. So, what are we supposed to do? Yep, that's all you can do. I will do some real gentle yoga tonight, and hopefully my hips will still function in the morning. Should have written down the solution that I had that was getting the job done for me. Okay. Well, no. Okay. Take these guys out of the picture entirely. This isn't going to work, but it only doesn't work because of one thing that I think I can fix. I think. Sure I can. These freaking things not even combine? Yes, they do. Okay. Now, please, does this solve my problem? I mean, we're going to find it. I'm honestly not entirely confident it does. I gotta try at least once. I don't know the route yet, so that's why I said at least once. Okay, no. Oh my goodness. Wait. Yeah, this one. Right. I should have realized there was no... Once you've got it, you also need to run at all. Don't slam the door on me, you die. Sorry, pal. The only mode in this game is hardcore mode, so if you get stuck in the door, you're gonna have to draw all your lines again. I believe in my heart we're gonna see the beam. Or rather, I should say, I am confident, but I certainly don't have faith. There we go. A beam. Converging on the same spot in the mountains. Remarkable. How did they manage to burn out that treehouse without affecting the rest of the place? Okay. So, there's lots to do next time, not this time. But there's one last thing to do this time. Actually, hold on. Maybe two. What was this? What's over here? Nothing. Ooh, pretty. So I feel like, yeah. In the castle, at the very least, in the castle, and I think the town, and I believe the, something else. There is. But I'm so ready to be done in the treehouse that I shall leave it and go. I think this will get me where I want to go. We'll find out. I had deactivated that shortcut and then reconfigured the orange pathways. I'm satisfied. At some point, I still have to do this shipwreck loop. Just to see what's out there. I think I'm going to the correct landing for what I want to do as my final thing. But yeah, in the castle, in the town, and possibly one other place. Oh yeah, back in the, like, the quarry or the foundry or the facility, as I've been calling it. there are things that I believe are now accessible to me. Then that's what we'll call it. 1536. Yep. 308 solved. Good. So that's about 50 today. And gets me pretty close to what I think would be the halfway point of available puzzles. Oh, and it is 6 that I've got. Because that one, I think. Yeah, 6 now. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think it's 6. Or is it 7? It's 7. I think it's 7. It doesn't matter. That's the real answer. I don't need to puzzle that out. Is this where I meant to go? Yes, like I can get to where I meant to go from here pretty easily. Which is good. Because I do not have much time at all. I mean, technically I have all the time in the world. Unless, you know, Danielle realizes I'm still streaming. It's like, what is wrong with you? Charge. Okay. Oh yeah, this is easy access to the monastery. Definitely. I'm almost positive I've done all of those. Oh, and I did light the beacon in a beacon in the castle. There were just more puzzles after it, which I found strange. Oh, so that's probably what we're building to inside this monastery. Ah, the keep. Yeah, so that's not bad. Okay, so this is where I ended last time and where I started this time. And like, so obviously missing something. All right, I'm not going to ask for a nudge right away, but I am going to ask for a yes or no answer to a probably stupid hypothesis. But it's just been running around in my mind. I would love to cross it off. Is there some sort of, oops, the branch is bent and you need to imagine it being straightened? Good. Okay. So, I mean, it aligns like this, which indeed I know very well. Because this puzzle is like, it's definitely bothersome enough to people that more than one person today has recognized just seeing this while I was working on other things and been like, oh, the monastery. And it makes sense once you get it, which is what I would expect. One other thing I should just ask. Is this set of branches a complete red herring just left here to mock me? Okay. All right. It's not a red herring. Good to know. There's certainly no way to align it like this and then draw a line that doesn't cross the branches. Okay. So I'm going to break very soon and ask for a nudge and do my best to not feel racked with guilt about doing so. Here's one more yes/no question. I think I feel comfortable asking for my sanity's sake. Is it an entirely new principle? Like, do I have to discard everything from the first three and think differently? Entirely? No. Okay. Okay. Then okay. If I started by going, let me think, like this, I would leave unrecruited 3 pieces. 1, 2, which would not be enough to close that link. I'm not sure it is a leftovers thing anyway. But what if going down like this? And then up like this? Psh, no. Here, if I went down, in, down, down, in, down, and then 2 down. Trying to think of some way. I know you already said it's not about rotating the thing. And yet I'm still trying to think of a way. Which seems absurd once I say it out loud. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There are 14 line segments provided. If I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's 4 down there, that's 9. 5 others. 1, 2. Okay. I'm not too proud to beg. Does anyone want to grant me a simple nut? Like, as gentle as you think you can. And maybe I will have my eureka moment. Or maybe I will agonize until next Tuesday. Less. As simple as you can think to just get me thinking about something else. Excellent questions, Timpinski. My belief, like what I've been mainly working with, is the assumption that they're performing a similar role to this solved puzzle in showing me the lines to draw, except that okay. Oh, that's a while back. But the apple orchard, head things. I mean, I know the apple. Okay, you know what? Don't have much time, but I've been saying that for hours, so obviously I've got time. I'm on vacation. Danielle's workday ends fairly soon. I don't think I'm going to get away with any more than that. Simply on the grounds of her having a very reasonable desire for me to socialize. But yeah, why haven't I gone back to the orchard? I'm not going to take the boat, I don't think. I just want to look at the map to remind myself exactly, oh, whoops, where it might be. But knowing that there's a similar set of puzzles there. Why wouldn't I go back and remind myself what they were? So we started with just beautiful cherry blossom sakura trees. Although you actually have to look at the ones that are not sakura trees. Okay. So we had find the branch pattern. But this is not what you sent me back to. Or is it? Because I know there were also the like shadow puzzles, which were not in the sakura part, but in the, this is the right area? Okay. Let's continue looking then. Here, the broken branch was now the thing telling me by a process of elimination, right? Because you had to go, there are 3 missing branches here, but 4 broken ones in this. How did I solve this? Oh, because there's also a missing. So it's 1, 2, 3, and then this should be 4, but there's a broken one. Whereas the other broken one aligns with what's available. Okay. And from there, we went up in here. To see a bunch of drawings of the human heart. And also some bonsai trees. Also this windmill that I know does have one of the naturally occurring line puzzles that I have not solved yet. Okay. What other rule variations occurred here? Yes, I do remember why there was no apple on the last one. Because on the last one, it's all about realizing that there are more, when you get this to line up, there turns out to be 1 broken branch in the right spot. Okay. Maybe I can work with this. Hold on, there's an in-game reason. And that was just like beyond the idea. Like there's an in-game reason beyond. There's a leftover broken branch once you've aligned it with the shape, and the leftover broken branch that should be a complete thing is the one telling you. Okay. Let me go back to the monastery and see if I can do anything. Yeah, like they haven't changed. Which means... Well, means that someone cut the apple off. Oh, is that an additional visual clue that you could have seen through the fence there? If this one wasn't coming together for you? Okay. Okay. It was the deliberate breaking. Maybe I can and maybe I can't do something with this in the last few minutes that I'm claiming is all I'm going to spend here. Okay. Well, this is a super helpful nudge because the gears are definitely, well, I mean, like, they're idling right now, but one senses that the gears could turn, maybe. So, the heart of it is that something was cut out of here. I think. Then, if that's true, just look around for visual cues. Okay. Okay, you son of a bitch. Now, I mean, all that remains then, if indeed this is the stupid piece. That's the piece. If that's the piece I'm looking for, it is shaped like this. I'm going to draw it the other way for whatever reason. Goes down 2 and then steps over, steps down, steps over, steps down. Down 2, over, down, over, down. Can it be also simple? Down 2, step over, step down, step over, step down, all the way down and out. No, hold on. Is that just a shape problem though? There's multiple ways I could be having a shape problem here. It's okay. I guess I could go back and look more closely. Where was that cut off from, does it seem? Yeah, hold on. I mean, there's a couple other candidates, right? But then it would have to be shaped differently. In fact, what if that's the problem? What if it's down one and to the left? Well, that line can't be drawn. But hold on. Okay. If it went up, to, right, up. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Well, where does it? What if it's do? No, can't be. It has to join at the thick part. Also, this goes all the way to here. So it joins from the thick part there. One. Okay. Here's the thing that I didn't think about. Because it's a stick, it doesn't. It can go to the left or the right while going up or down because you can rotate it, which is helpful to know. It doesn't have to. Does it have to join at the thick part? Sure, but what if it joins at the thick part, not to one of the top ones, but specifically here? Hold on. Well, then it could possibly go 1, 2, left, up, left, up. Oh, if it came off of there. 1, 2, left, down, left. Okay. Maybe. Have a thought, I think. Well, I at least have the thought that I think I might have a thought. Down to left, down, and out of there? No. Is that what I was thinking, though? Not even sure. It's impossible to say anymore. What if it's right from the very friggin' start? What if it's broken off from the... What are the different ways that this could possibly go? What if it's like, okay, like that. It goes 1, 2. I feel like this is probably not supposed to be hard anymore. don't even know what the hell I'm doing. Okay. Okay, it's all right. I hate you, little broken off stick. Is the hard part supposed to be over, gang? Is everybody just laughing at me now? Is it the weight? Okay, in one spot it doesn't fully... Touche. Are we still doing phrasing? Overcomplicating. Go figure. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Look at this again for a moment. One, two, in one, in one. Sure, but no, doesn't work. I already established it doesn't work from there. Okay. One, two, in one. No, that doesn't even make any sense. What was I thinking to do there? I'm overcomplicating. Go figure. Don't think this works. And yet, fuck me. Crazy. Should it be obvious to me in some way where it broke off from? Should I be able to put that together visually without just a bunch of guessing? Yeah. Thank you, Jill. Or Zill? Was it? Did we go through this and it's Zill? I'm overcomplicating things. What do you know? Zill. Yes. Stop aspirating. I mean, I can see that there's the one twig segment that doesn't fully fill a line. But I've already drawn this line and failed with it. Oh my goodness. Look at the other one for a moment. Just to reminisce about days when I had these puzzles licked. Those were the days. Remember when we were just crushing the wetlands? I felt so smart I could have stopped riding high instead of humiliated by a puzzle that at this point it feels like I should just have. I don't know how you could even nudge me at this point, but if someone can think of a way to do it, egad. Like it feels like the one that doesn't complete is supposed to be the thing that where it joins. Only one way it fits in. I'm currently beating the house. I've only been to the casino twice in my life, but I doubled my winnings from $50 to $100 the first time and tripled my stake from 20 to 60 the second time. So I'm up 90. And I've already committed in my mind that I will never, if I lose $89 at the casino, I'm stopping. I'll never go again. When I will go to my grave beating the house. Only one way this thing can fit it. Yeah. Felt great. Both, and it was slot machines. It's not even like I had some strategy that worked. If I lose $88, that's what I'm doing with my last dollar. For sure. Almost positive I've drawn this line several times. Nope, guess not. Okay, great. It's a win. I'm not going to question it. I'm not going to think, how did I not already draw that line? Isn't that the first one I tried to draw? I thought it was. Um. Ah. Okay. Amazing. I just don't trust them. So until I see that beam, there we go. Okay. Okay. I will not attempt another puzzle. I will not. But what I will do is end the game looking at one. End the day looking at one. I believe in the village. There's at least one, like I know there's one puzzle I haven't solved here based on. Okay, here we go. I'm equipped with what it takes to solve this now. I'm not going to right now, like I said. Well, you know what? I am going to draw it because I have a car trip tomorrow during which I could stare at this and think. Five squares, 5 squares, 5 squares, 5 squares. Heading off from that corner. And then neat. This one's cool because I like some of it is already clear. Because at least two of our buddies have to don't solve it right now. You fool. You absolute maniac. Stopping. Okay. 309 solved. Not bad. Okay. Danielle's also on vacation next week, so I probably can't get away with 5 hours of the witness on Tuesday and Thursday. But hey, we're going to play more witness for sure. All right, check it out. Cool. Where are we going from here? No Friday Night Frosthaven tomorrow on account of the aforementioned traveling. If I get Nintendo DS emulation working tonight, then when I'm back on Saturday, which will be early because Rich has a wife and children, so we will be leaving early in the morning from our friend's house on the other side of the province. Assuming that all comes together, we will be playing something. If DS emulation works, I'm going to check out Super Princess Peach, a game that I owned legitimately, but didn't play much of. And I think my college girlfriend got it in the separation. I'm going to check it out again if I can get it going. Oh, yes. Are you also Canadian, Sentient Coffee? From Nova Scotia. Okay, so then on Sunday, playing Dreams in the Witch House. If I can't get DS emulation working, I don't know what I'm doing on Saturday, but we'll do something. It'll be fun. Dreams in the Witch House on Sunday, a really cool hybrid of point and click adventure with light RPG. Statistically, I could have probably just taken a random guess and had a good chance there. Cool. I've been to Ontario a couple times, literally only to go to Toronto, and which I can actually say properly as Toronto, but out here we call it Tirana. Oot here, except it's more like oat, like it rhymes with boat, oat and boat. In my mind, it's not oot and boot. Goodness gracious, what am I saying? Dreams in the Witch House. It's like a point-and-click adventure game mixed with a light RPG based, like Call of Cthulhu derived, because it's all about managing your sanity and your health as an ordinary person, and then part-time management sim. And it's really cool. And I'm digging it, and I'm getting pretty close to cracking open a lot of its mysteries. We'll be doing that on Sunday. And then before you know it, it'll be next week. And on Tuesday and Thursday, we'll play more Witness. And in between, Greg will come over here. We'll play some beat 'em ups. That's it. That's all. That's all there is. Holy smokes. If you stuck around to the end, thanks for sticking around to the end. If you came and you left, you can't hear my voice. So what do I normally say here? If you came and you left, you can't hear my voice, but I'm glad you stopped by anyway. So thanks for stopping by. And until the next time, when maybe I manage to have a little bit more self-control and discipline, not play quite as long, take care of yourselves and be kind to everyone you meet.